welcome back to the channel. Hope y'all are doing well this day. Yep, we are. Whoa, what happened here? Oh my, how did this happen? Man, how did that happen? Just random stuff just happening. It's a random stuff kind of day. It is Monday for me. We are almost to 11 a.m. It has been a hectic start so far. Yeah, I know I've kind of slowed down my streaming schedule, and probably not by much, but yeah, I think I did less streaming last week than I have in a while. Just needed to focus on doing this stuff. That's all. Nothing crazy. But we are back on. We'll see if I need to take any further stops to kind of stay on track with this. But I do have the next 3 days off. Oh yeah, that reminds me, I need to set an alarm, a reminder for 3 p.m. 3 p.m. Oh, I could have went the other way. 3 p.m. Save. All right, is it on? Yep, it's on. All right. Actually, whoops. What is this sound? Oh. Okay, that sounds good. Save. I'll probably be like, what is that? What is that? Oh, yeah, I set that alarm. So I have to go run an errand. Okay. So this is the page we're working on. I think this is number 8. Yep, we are on number 8. So we're more than halfway. We made it past the halfway mark. So this shouldn't take too long because there isn't much going on. I already did the book. I'm not sure what I should do with the little photographs. If I should add some stuff to them, just kind of keep it minimal, or just leave it just like that. Like these, just like little colors. I could do like little simple silhouettes or something to make it look like something's on them, make them real fuzzy or blurry. Hey, King Judah, how are you doing today? I hope your day is going well. We are just getting started on our drawings. You're good? That's good to hear. Yep. Wherever you're at, I hope the weather is good. I think we're supposed to hit 50s today, which is almost like summer here in the Midwest. the Midwest of America. No, America. Uh, or as some people like to say, America. America. I like to enunciate, so I say America. So we're gonna detail out these paws, get it to look like this, and then we'll add the highlights. So I need that orange color. What am I drawing? I am drawing, this is a page from a kid's book I'm working on. Not my story, but I'm illustrating for somebody else. They hired me to do the work. And so it's about this little red puppy named Stella and her adventures. So I am currently working on spread number 8 out of 15. Hopefully this will go fairly quickly because there's not much going on. Hey Joel, how are you doing? It's been a while. It's been some time. I've been taking a little hiatus from streaming to focus on this stuff. But then I missed streaming, so now I'm back. Not that I'm doing much, I'm not entertaining much, so just doing my thing. Whoops, that is skinny. I hope your day is going well. Are you getting warm weather? Oh, there goes my buds, my earbuds. Not that I even need them in. I'm not listening to anything. I haven't checked the sound, so I hope the sound's okay for you guys. I'm assuming so. Usually I have my second iPad up. Yep, finally above freezing. That is good. Are you getting like the unnaturally warm for this time of year weather? I mean, it's all natural, so it's just unexpected update. So So as I was telling King Judah, I'm trying to get these pages done. As I've been stating for the past few months, and each time I go live, I think it's something I make a comment about. No, try not to slack off, but very easy to, as you know, Joel, get sidetracked. This channel is notorious for being sidetracked. Yeah, we are supposed to hit 50 degrees today, or I think 50 degrees or above, which means, what, somewhere around 20 Celsius for you guys, I'm assuming. Or maybe 10. Maybe that's 10. Come on, you. Let's see. Dude, what are you doing? Oh man, did I get my second guess correct? 10 degrees. It's a little early, but it's welcome warmth. Been crazy few weeks with the snow. Yeah, I seen you guys were getting like a lot of like few weather systems coming through your area. Again, well, we got hit by like a couple 2-3 weeks ago with like 6 inches of powdery snow. So, but after yesterday, most of that's pretty much melted away. I'm sure there are some residual piles somewhere or in this area. If it ends up raining here, it will be a mess though, so much accumulated snow. Well, if it's above freezing, hopefully that'll make kind of a mess, but maybe it'll help to melt some of that snow. Unless it dips into the freezing realm. All right. So I've been trying not to get sidetracked with doing other drawings and stuff. I'm trying to stay focused on these, but it is not so easy. You know, when I get an idea, I want to just kind of put it down or else I'll forget about it. But today we got the birds chirping, we got, I don't know, partial sun. Seems overcast, but the sun is trying to come through somewhere. I see light. Well, I don't know if you heard me say it earlier, Joel. I am on spread number 8, so we have made it to the peak of this mountain, and hopefully we just coast on down into the valley. Get this finished, because I'm sure the publisher really would like me to have this done like a week ago, 2 ago. But you can't rush good art. Is this good art though? Is good art? That is debatable. Is this even art? It's commercial. I mean, it's going to be on the market. Heck yeah, man! I'm in the final stretch. In the final stretch. Yeah, I can see the light at the end of the tunnel, but I still have a ways to go to get out of that tunnel. So I did this page, This one was with the figure in it. Oops. Of course, I draw a big old line. Not bad. Got her face. I fixed up her fingers. Maybe her right hand fingers need to be separated a little bit more. But for now, it's going to be like that. And we got our Stella getting into stuff. So this is where she starts to get a little messy. So hopefully each successive page has her looking a little more messy. This one's definitely, she's got full-on powders all over her. Yeah, they wanted her to look like she was getting into all these different powders and stuff. And I'm like, I hope we can still win some awards. Try not to put any powder near her nostrils. I don't want anybody thinking that I did that. Try to sneak that in there. I think, yeah. Yep. No powder near the nostrils. This is probably, yeah. Just on the side of her muzzle. I don't think I got anything here. Yep, keep the powders away from the nostrils. Yeah, this one she's kind of trying to dust herself off. I think it looks okay. Can't be making any kind of allusions to drug use. Not in a kid's book. But that's what the authors wanted. They wanted her to look like she was covered in powders that she got into. And that, knowing myself, that was like the first thing that came to mind. But I didn't say anything because I didn't want to, kind of rock the boat anymore. I just figured when I illustrate, I just stay away from any kind of reference to certain types of drug usage, or any kind of drug usage for that matter. This is a full-on Just Say No to Drugs Kids channel, even though this content is not made for kids. Don't use and abuse. Keep your nose clean. Keep your nose clean. I can't really tell people what to do. I've had my moments, but we'll keep that to myself. No powder usages, though, I have to say. That wasn't something that was like a thing in my area, I guess, or at least my circle of friends, so, which, thank goodness. I did run into some people that were on some, I think, cocaine when I was at my work one time, and I'm like, what's wrong with these guys? Because, I've never been exposed to actual people on cocaine. You just hear about people doing it. So it was like pretty surreal, but interesting, run-in. I'm like, aren't you guys at work? Like, we worked at a casino. I dealt blackjack for about 4 years and worked on the graveyard shift. And so these guys come through, and I'm like, me and my friend were like, I think we're like on break. And at the casino we worked with, they had a couple like stand-up arcade games machines, and one of them was Killer Instinct. So we would play Killer Instinct on our break. Um, and yeah, these guys came through, and they were kind of like, these guys are like high stake dealers, but me and my friend, we weren't of that caliber, so we never made it up to high stakes to deal, which is fine with me. I had a hard time with people to begin with, so it was kind of ironic. I'm in a job that you're constantly having to engage with people, but I mean, I don't think I would change wanting to give up that experience of working at a casino. I mean, I probably could have did 2 years and would have been fine leaving there, but I stuck around for another 2 years just because the money was really good. And I'm in my early mid 20s. Yeah, I think that was my second job. My first job, I worked for a grocery store for 4 years. Started at 16. And yeah, I did that for 4 years until I got so burnt out. I did the thing where you just don't show up. You ghost the job. You ghost your job. I didn't leave in the right way, the right manner. You just like don't ever come back. You just ghosted. The guys that I work with, I saw them many many years later at other jobs, and yeah, a little disappointed, but you can't blame. Let's see, when I left that job, I started my first, I was 20, a 20-year-old, you know, how responsible are 20-year-olds? I mean, if you're having to be out on your own, yeah, you got to be pretty responsible. Um, I was still living with my dad up until 23, and then I moved out with a bunch of friends, and those were some good times. I think all my times were good. Even now, anytime, even when I was struggling, I can't say I was struggling hard. I've been pretty fortunate to have had some decent jobs. I'm not saying like amazing jobs, but when you don't go to college and you're just a high school graduate, you're not going to go that far. People really want to see that you made an effort to continue. your education. But not everybody does that. I had no plans right after high school. Didn't really work to make any moves to go to a particular college or not. I think after a year, I started going to the community college local to us. Uh, that lasted maybe a couple of semesters or quarters. Can't remember what they were. Was just not focused on school. Okay, I don't know why I'm still messing with this. And I think that ended up on the wrong layer anyways. Excuse me. Um, yeah, we got more of a furry look here. Yep, so this is a testament to those of you who are thinking about whether you should continue your education or not. If it's for you, you'll I guess you'll do the right thing. You'll do what you want to do. If you're unsure, I'd say figure it out sooner rather than later. Don't wait around because you just might miss some opportunities as far as school. Like, I kind of looked at some art schools, but I mean, art schools are kind of expensive, and I had no money. I had no concept of how to get that money other than, oh, I have to work a job and really, really stay on top of things. But yeah, I knew some people that went to some of the local art schools in and around Minneapolis. And I was like, man, I'm already doing my own art and trying to learn and study on my own about art. I just don't have the curriculum that people get when they do go to art schools, like what you should be focusing on and all this and that. And you know what? Like, there's some benefits to that, but things change so much. Like, right now, I think in the arts, or at least the people that I seem to speak to um, about art, it's just a big mess. Like, why are you getting into art in the first place? Like, why are you going to art school? I could see going to art school and then, you become part of the faculty or get jobs in teaching and stuff like that. But nowadays, a lot of people are like, oh, go on the internet. I learned this and that technique. Now I can teach art. And that's what they do. It's like, I am not a teacher. This channel is not here to teach you a dang thing. If you get something out of this, good for you. There is so much content out there if you want to learn. I don't have a problem directing people to stuff like that or answering any questions anybody has if I can answer it. But I mean, I'm still figuring things out. I mean, like, is art gonna go completely digital? I don't think so. There's still a lot of people that um, continue to do traditional arts and feel that there is or are things that you can say or communicate through traditional arts. But there's a shift, it seems like now, to doing things more digitally. And can that be sustained? I mean, there's a lot of resources that get used to keep the digital computing realm going. Whereas with traditional arts, I mean, there are resources used in when you follow that path. I mean, the materials and stuff like that, and if you're exhibiting work, there's a lot of transportation, packaging, and managing, and so there are kind of trade-offs to traditional versus digital, but I don't think one or the other will go away. Hey, Rome Dog. Sorry I didn't quite see your comment right away. I get caught up in the drawing and I don't look at the chat. But I hope you're having a great day. Or at least a decent day. Hey, Laughing Girl, how are you doing? Good to see you in chat. Thanks for the tour the other day. That was pretty fun. I enjoyed your walkthrough of the art fair. Yeah, you do the same thing. Yeah, it that is the thing with streaming, creative stuff, is that you kind of have to find the balance between keeping up with your chat, the people in your chat, your followers, and doing your practice, your art, whatever it is. It can be done. Oops. I think I had the wrong color I was doing this whole time. And it's on the wrong layer. Yeah, that was... Yeah. Anytime. I enjoyed it. I love looking at art. The only suggestion, and I don't know what it was like for you actually being there, was how do I put it? It's not anything terrible. You just kind of like going over the work really quickly, so you're kind of like moving around real fast, and sometimes you don't catch the stuff that you were looking at. And with live streaming vertically, it doesn't allow you to like go back and look at stuff. But I mean, you were pretty accommodating as far as like going, actually, if I had a question, like actually going back to the artwork. Yeah, like, plus it's like, people, I don't experience this, but I know some people feel seasick when the camera is moved around too quickly. I usually notice stuff right away. I don't know, my eye and brain works like that. Like I can pick stuff out real quickly. Oh, you should have left that. Hey, Wendy, how are you doing today? Your ears are still. Oh no, even with the earplugs. Well, I hope it was a good concert for you. I hope it was worth it. I'm sure it was. Oh, you meant yeah, you meant with the headphones. Yeah, I was gonna say when you would get lost or they would move on without you. Could you still hear them talking about the wherever they were talking about the art wherever they were at? No, I couldn't hear anything that was in the headphones at all. Even with I think with the earbuds for some reason, I don't know if they're able to pick up sound when it's I don't know if it's enclosed like that. Yeah, I could not hear anything that was being relayed through the headphones at all. Oh, you don't think you're air? But the thing was, we could hear you talking. We just couldn't hear anything that was going on in the tour, the audio tour. Yeah, that's why I'm wondering if it like blocks out sound. Like it blocks out any. I don't know. Maybe it senses stuff and it won't allow that to be picked up. You'd probably have to have some kind of microphone because I know the earbuds are weird about stuff. You know, because I've tried to use them when I live stream, but I don't think it acts like a microphone. Yeah, you couldn't hear a thing. That's all right. I mean, you were there. I I just enjoyed seeing all the different art. What time is it here? It is 11:30 a.m. So, what's that? 5:30 where you're at? Um 5:30 plus uh, extra half an hour. Wait, 5:30. Yeah, so 6 hours? Is that right? 11. Yep. 11:30 a.m. here. 6 hours. I am 6 hours behind you. Yeah, it's still morning. I guess you can still consider this morning. Tea time. I thought tea time was like around 4 for you guys. Like 4, wasn't it 4:20? Or is tea time whenever? I don't know why I'm messing around with any of these little tiny, tiny, tiny details. You're not gonna see that when it's this size. But I'm trying to get rid of some of this reddish color. Oh, I forgot Joel's at work. It's Monday. It's everybody's usual work day where it is my weekend. Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays every other week. Mondays every week is my day off. Pantera, they're like a band from the 80s. I don't know if they were in the 70s, but I think they were definitely an 80s band because when I was in, was it high school? And I think they had been around for a bit. And that was like starting in 1987. I remember people with T-shirts, Pantera T-shirts and stuff. The kids. I'm like, that's crazy to think about because I know some people had to wear uniforms, and our being in a public school, um, you can kind of wear whatever you wanted within reason. It couldn't be too crazy, nothing too explicit. But I mean, a lot of those um, heavy metal T-shirts had some pretty uh, pushing the limits on visuals. Yeah, I wasn't much. I didn't know anything about anything as far as music when I was a kid. The only thing I did know was some of the punk stuff because being a skateboarder. So I was kind of familiar with like suicidal tendencies, Black Flag, um, but not a lot. Um, what was it? The Cult, or what do they call them now? The Blue Oyster Cult, or were they always called the Blue Oyster Cult? I think they were one of the first bands that I had a tape of, and a tape. Yeah, Black Flag with Henry Rollins. I'm not sure what year he was in Black Flag, but this was around 87, 88. So I'm not sure who was heading the Black Flag at that time. I just remember them and Suicidal Tendencies in my Walkman and falling asleep to them at night. Like put the headphones in and just falling asleep to those bands. Whereas most people would be like raging. I'm falling asleep. Yeah, I was a strange weirdo kid with strange eclectic tastes. Like you couldn't really pigeonhole me. I guess you probably could. I don't know. Maybe nowadays it's easier because there's so many people like that. Yeah, this was definitely 87 and 88, maybe 89. Oh no. Yeah, hard to wear a skirt, doing that type of thing. The catamaran. I don't think I've ever done that, but I've seen video of people doing that. And yeah, especially if you're going down a hill, that looks pretty dangerous. But as kids, as kids in the 80s or nearing being a preteen at that time, you we were taking a lot of risks. Did you guys go flying when that happened? As soon as your skirt get tangled in the wheels, it just stopped. It stops the skateboard and sends everybody flying. I remember my brother, and he's like 14 months younger than me, when we had bicycles. Um, and we kind of lived on a like a not a steep hill, but a decent incline. And he was coming down the hill really fast, and the neighbors had this set of stairs that stuck out super far because it was a big duplex or quadplex. I think a duplex, and the stairs stuck out. And he came flying through our yard, and he hit the side of the stairs, and I can't remember if that sent him flying because there was like a handrail there too, so he would have like totally hit the handrail, like the side of the handrail. But yeah, I just remember him just hitting that. It bent the fork of his bike, and he was crying. And of course, being brothers, we're all laughing. We, each of us, if something happened to the other, we'd laugh at each other. So he'd be crying. I was laughing at it. That he ran into the side of the stairs. I laughed because he slammed my middle finger in our door when we were kids. He slammed my middle finger in the big, main like big wooden doors of that time. They weren't made out of aluminum. That would still hurt, but these were like big, thick wood door. Slammed it on my middle finger. I had to go to the hospital and all that stuff. I was super young, so I barely remember any of that stuff. Oh yeah, yep. I still have a scar where they had to. So I think it got infected, and they had to get all the pus out. So I have scars on that finger where they cut in different areas. Even the nail, they had to like cut. I don't even know why they just didn't take the whole nail away, but they had to cut a portion of my nail away. And even that grows. My nail grows a little strange. It still looks somewhat normal, but there's like where they cut it, it always grows like a little indentation. It's weird. Probably because of the what it's attached to underneath. That's just how it is now. It's not anything crazy noticeable, but I can see it when I look at it just because I know it. But yeah, so there's always there's like a big scar on the end of my finger where they sliced it open There's one back behind the nail where they sliced it a little bit. But yeah, it was kind of like I shouldn't have been chasing him. We would do stuff to one another, and then we get mad and start chasing the other around the house and stuff. And so I was chasing him inside the house for some reason, and he slammed the door real quickly, and I had my hand out in the door jamb. Yeah, that was. I don't know. I don't think anything broke. But yeah, it was definitely not a good feeling. I've had a few of those moments as a kid. I remember one time and this was probably in the late 70s, and being kind of a hippie kid, hippie from hippie parents, just walking down the street with no shoes on, and I ended up stepping on a lit cigarette butt that somebody had dropped threw on the ground. And oh my god, I was freaking out. Just freaking out after I stepped on that thing. Why am I even messing with the underarm there? But so let me put this way. This piece that's on my desktop actually has a little homage to that. So you see that cigarette butt there? This is Boy and Oni running through the gauntlet, and this cigarette butt is in homage of that moment that I still remember. I think I probably stepped on gum too. I don't know if I've ever stepped on a tack. I think I stepped on a nail on some wood that went through my shoe, but barely got me. So fortunately, I didn't have to deal with any of that. But yeah, that little cigarette butt is in homage to that moment in my life as a kid. What drew me to art? How did I get started? Um, so when I was really young, to keep me occupied, my mom would give me like paper and like some kind of like a pencil or pen or whatever, and I guess I would just start drawing. This was around 2 years old, so I was one of those kids that didn't talk until past 4 years old. Like I was a really quiet kid. I was more visually oriented, I guess. So I could look at something and I guess draw it. So yeah, that's how I got started. Was my mom, and we have various members of our family who are artistic or in the arts or love the arts. So we have a lot of artists in our family. But yeah, my mom, basically my mom. They also had art books that I don't know if they bought or were gifted before I was born. Well, when my parents went, so my mom's Japanese Filipino. At one point before they conceived me, which they did in Japan, my dad was stationed in Hawaii. That's where he met my mom. They ended up, for some reason, making a trip to Japan together and visiting her family. So during that trip, they were gifted different art books. So there was like one on Picasso, one on Van Gogh, some other random, maybe, I think there was one on Goya, or that may have been an art book with many different artists in it. But I remember Goya's work, Francisco Goya. His work stood out a lot to me in that book, but it could have been just a book on him. There was a few books on Japanese prints, the ukiyo-e prints. So these books were a part of my childhood, and I would just, being a visual oriented kid, would just be looking at all these different images. So I don't know if that coincided with me drawing, like looking through these books and stuff, and then saying, "Ooh, those are cool images. I want to do that." And then, my mom giving me paper and pencil, and then just me drawing stuff. And according to her and my dad, they said when I first started drawing, I would draw like the thing I was drawing. You could recognize what it was. Like that was definitely like, if I was trying to draw a duck, you knew it was a duck. It wasn't just like some strange, weird blob or something. So I've been drawing my entire life, I guess you can say. So yeah, those art books. I think I still have all those art books. They're like in storage. I actually at my mother-in-law's in storage, because when I moved here, we didn't have room for all the books. We still don't have room, but I'd like to have my little library, my collection of art books I've bought over the years, because I spent a lot of my first job I got when I was 16, working at a grocery store. I spent a lot, and I didn't save a darn thing. I spent a lot of that money on skateboarding, video games, and art supplies, and various books on different artists or about art. Since I wasn't going to school for art, I was like still doing my own thing and educating myself by reading these different books. I would even go to the library, like books I couldn't afford, like the big hardcover books on different art movements or whatever. I would go to the library and just check out those books and just read those books and just immerse myself in those worlds. Hey, Live Fire. How are you doing today? Thank you for joining us. Sorry if I'm going on and on about my past and how I got into art. But yeah. Yep, I just love that skateboarding, and I didn't mind gaming, but I wasn't huge into gaming. But I definitely had a period of time where I was playing a lot of games, watching a lot of movies, anime, and stuff like that. Especially during after like high school. So from graduating high school to like my early 20s, just immersing myself in all the pop culture and obscure culture. And yeah, that was around the time where I was like becoming a lot more social, uh, because all my friends who skateboarded and stuff like that, just hanging out. And also at that time, graffiti was huge in Minneapolis. So there was a lot of graffiti going on in that city. There still is a lot of graffiti going on in that city, but not like it was. I think during the 90s, just a huge takeover, influx of artists just coming through, and there's a lot of areas in Minneapolis, little just spots where people could go and do their stuff. I wasn't into like I've always followed graffiti, but I wasn't really a practicing writer at that time. But you know, not having a car and always like skateboarding around or walking or having to take the city buses, like public transportation around, I'd always see new stuff popping up and around, just the different areas that like I frequented. So I was always seeing like, graffiti everywhere. Don't apologize. I could probably write a book, but I won't. I could illustrate a book, but I probably won't. It's all on the internet here. You would love to find out the identity of Banksy? Yeah, do you have any clues? I heard like there was a graffiti artist went by like I don't know if his actual name was Rob or something like like what was it? Like Big Rob or something like that. And I guess him and Banksy had some kind of beef or something. Like back before Banksy was actually well known and you know doing their thing. Is Banksy the dog in my drawing? I mean, it could be. This is what Banksy looks like. He's a little red puppy. Yeah, I remember reading about or seeing uh, some of the early stuff where they were doing like going into museums and like posting up their artwork in the museum. And I was like, oh, that's a very interesting idea. Like, I know people have tried that nowadays, and it's like, yeah, nope. But back then, like in the 90s, was it late 90s? Can't remember when I first started hearing about Banksy, but Shepherd Ferry was huge, and I remember seeing Obey stickers and wheat paste in our city, like in Minneapolis, and I was like, that's so cool. This guy's like, not just in New York or LA or whatever. And this was this was at the time he was still doing that. He had that sticker, Andre the Giant has a posse. So this was way before Shepherd was like huge. And I would see those stickers around and I'm like, who is this? And then you started seeing the more um, graphically well done stuff with uh, the Obey and the Andre the Giant face that was more graphically looking. Yeah, Banksy. You're not familiar with Banksy Live Fire? Banksy's a very, very popular street artist. Probably more than that. Not just a street artist, but like an artist. Where did this come from? It's all these random things popping up on my. Yeah, he's been around for, as far as I know, like the late 90s, early 2000s. Maybe it was like the early 2000s when I really started hearing about Banksy. But Shepard Fairey, definitely like the late 90s. Yeah, great conceptual artist. Yep. Laughing Girl hit it right on the head of the nail. How old am I? Uh, I am in my early 50s. So I've been around since the 70s. So there's a lot of history there. A lot of things that I've seen and or experienced. Yep, it's got to fly, got tea to prepare. All right, Wendy, enjoy your tea time. And thanks for stopping through. Appreciate it. It's fun chit chatting. Where'd my layers go? So I'm trying to find where this little blue, I think this little mark came from. And I can't seem to find which layer. Here it is. Should have known that. That's the thing with the digital, especially in Procreate and stuff. When you're moving, you're doing all this. Um, hey, what happened to my? There's supposed to be a photograph, more to this photograph. I hope that didn't just completely disappear. Oh, wait, no, that's not even supposed to be in. Wait, yeah, it is. Hey, don't tell me it got erased. Oh, here it is. Thank goodness. I was I was worried this was gonna be. I knew something was missing. I knew something was missing. Yeah, you want to draw digital? Yeah, digital. That's what I'm doing here. I enjoy I enjoy doing both traditional art and digital art. Um, I've always kind of been interested in the digital stuff since like uh, the very first Apple Macintoshes came out, and uh, I think my parents bought one of the first versions. This was like the mid '80s, and then there was like Mac Paint, and so I would use Mac Paint and draw stuff. I wish I would have took more advantage of that at that time. But again, I wasn't thinking like, oh, I'm an artist. I just enjoyed making stuff. So also at that time, I was watching, you know, Bob Ross on public television. Oh, maybe before that, because Bob Ross kind of came in. I don't know if it was the mid '80s, but kind of like towards the end of the '80s. I'd have to look that up. Hey, King Judah, glad to see you back. Hope you're doing well. I don't know. I guess I can't add any more layers. Or did I not? Oh, there we go. Okay. We were trying to figure out where. where these paw print marks are coming from. All right, Live Fire. Thanks for joining. Yeah, you love hearing my story. You might hear them again if you come back. But I appreciate you stopping through and having you in chat. Um, Hope to see you again. Come back anytime. I do stream like at least 3 times a week, but the times vary. But typically, you'll find me on Monday, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays for the most part. Sometimes on Sundays in the evening. Yeah. But you take care. And thanks again. Appreciate seeing new people in chat. I still need to figure out where. There it is. There it is. So this whole time I forgot there was this photograph supposed to be in Stella's hand or paws. Forgive me. And I don't know if the shape of that changed when I created this new. So we need to copy that. Just want to kind of keep it on separate layers for now. Oh, where is that? There it is. Oh. Oh, this is the old one. Black. We don't need that, but we need this. I don't know how this got erased from this version, but I want to make sure that that's in there. I knew she just wasn't celebrating. She got to have the photo that she finds. I feel like there's a layer that's missing. Or maybe I just haven't added it yet. That, or I really don't need to add it. Yeah, it's not detailed out. I could probably do a little more detail in there. But I don't want to go too crazy with the detail in that picture. I think that was it. I think that was it to all that. Because we're not using this black. That was just the sketch. That was the sketch. So we don't need that. Okay, that's what we had. All right, we got it back. The photograph that was supposed to be on her paw is back. We'll leave it separated, but I think we were working on this layer. Yep. Or was there another layer? That is right. We needed to, so we were separating this stuff because they were not on the right layer. So that's that, and then this will have to go back over here. This is down here, and we'll turn that on, but we'll turn this off so we can see that this gets erased too. Okay. Yeah, I can't forget the photo. That is a part of the story. What did I just do? You do rice. Okay. That is part of this page's story. Yeah, it's kind of just like stuck to her paw because there's no way to make it look like she's gripping it. So she's got it stuck to her paw. But we were trying to get the rest of this kind of filled in. So what do you got going on today, Laughing Girl? Or are you getting ready to wrap it up? I'm assuming it's getting more towards evening for you. Oh, I was gonna ask, did you? I saw you were working on that painting, the Gauguin's inspired piece. I think it was. Did you finish that, or are you still working on it? Oh, you got sick. Oh, it seems like a lot of people are getting sick. There's like, there's been like a bunch of, um, seems like YouTube content creators are getting over being sick or having something, some something. Uh oh, was it because you went to the art fair? Being around all those people? Somebody had something. Yeah, it's tough nowadays, like being around large crowds of people. You don't know, like, if all of a sudden now you're going to come down with something because you were sharing the space with somebody who was sick. Kind of makes people not want to go out in public anymore. Makes me rethink doing any kind of event, like participating in art shows or whatever. Or just have to start wearing a mask again. I don't know if that even helps. I think it helps a little bit, but I don't know if it's like, it's definitely not 100% full protection or full proof that you will not get sick because you're wearing a mask. Oh, you were supposed to go to the art class this morning. And I'm assuming that's where your painting is at. Oh, that's too bad. Is it like one of those spaces where you can go after class and work on it? I wish I could work on my oil painting that I started, I don't know how many weeks ago, that I was supposed to finish really quickly, which is not the case. You just enjoy going to your Monday morning classes. Yeah, you know, you look forward to, you know, something that you enjoy and you just want to get out, and it's a good it's a good motivator because, you know, especially if you signed up and spent money for a class, you don't want to waste that money. How far are you with this book now? Can you almost painting it? No. I mean, if I want to slack off some more, I could just go paint. But so this is page or spread number 8. So we hit the peak, and now we're coming back down. So that we still have we're finishing up 8. We got 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15. So that is 6, 7 more to go. And actually, this one's pretty done, except I gotta fill in the dog fur. I don't know about this butterfly. I don't know if I need to enlarge it or make it smaller or put it somewhere else or make it less like in your face bright colored. I don't know. Yeah, right now it's looking like this. I think I got the shape. I should have got the shape of the body is not quite right, but because it looks like a turd. It's like Mr. Hanky from South Park turned into a butterfly. So that one's pretty much done. All the rest of them, this one probably take me quite a while because I still have the humans and the dogs to do. This one too. Like I just have to detail out the hands and the face. So kind of like this. I think I need to fix her right hand fingers. Might be looking a little chunky. Or spread them out a little bit more, but yeah. These ones kind of, I fixed this one a little bit. It looks a little better. I don't know. Maybe her fingers are looking a little thick. But it's a kid's book. Nobody's going to care. I might have to add some more highlight to the arm. But yeah, that's pretty much it. I got Stella's all powdered up. She was getting into stuff. Yeah, so basically, yeah, you got all these. There's no backgrounds, so it's just the characters. But yeah, it's still quite a bit. I keep getting caught up on the details, and I shouldn't be like that worried about them. Like right now, all I need to do for this is I need my. I really need to make my. I do have my color palette. It's right here. Whoops. Whoops. I don't know why it's doing that. Yeah, the thing is, it doesn't have. It doesn't. I need to make the bunch of palettes with all the colors that I'm using in this that I have used already in this book. So I need one palette that's just strictly for Stella's colors. But I'm not being that organized. But oh shoes! I lost the color that I picked. so we got that back. Oh yeah. So I can kind of, I guess I'll do this one. Make sure I got the right brush. We'll lighten this up a little bit. We'll do Stella's paws. So she's kind of pushing, I don't know if this makes sense, but she's pushing the book out of the cabinet. Yeah, so I see that light at the end of the tunnel. It's just to get to the end of that tunnel, I still have a lot to cover. A lot of ground to cover. I think they will probably give me one copy of the book. But I would think I would only get one copy. So I have a copy of the first book. I wouldn't feel comfortable asking for more than just the one copy. Because they have to sell those books to get their money back that they put into them. And plus, they're like the money they put into it, which means the money that the publisher paid me to do the illustrations. He's got to make his money back on that. I don't know if that means he had to charge the authors more than what they would normally charge if they were just printing the book, because they have the publisher has their own in-house like illustrators that can do the work for them. So this time around, instead of the authors just paying me, which they spent a ton of money paying me to do the first book, which is kind of the fault of both of ours, because I'm not experienced enough in doing any kind of illustration work for like books or anything, that I asked them, I was like, do you want me to charge you by the hour or come up with a flat fee and you just pay me that? And they went with the hourly rate. And by the end of the entire project, the hours that I tallied up basically was pretty much almost the same amount that it cost them to have the book published or printed with the publisher and all the stuff that comes along with that. So they even if they sold all the books themselves and not through like Amazon or Barnes and Noble, they would not make their money back. So this time around, the publisher took control of this side of the process, and they took me on as a contractor to do the work, and they set a flat fee for me, and I was like, I'm all fine for that. That's fine, because I made quite a bit off of the first book. I feel bad, but I'm not gonna give the money back because I can't, and that's what they agreed upon. And if the publisher would have stepped in on that first book and said, "Hey, I will manage this part. I will take Corey and hire him on as a contractor, and we'll deal with him," they probably would have made out a lot better. Cause I told them, I was like, I don't have a problem with the flat fee. I just have to figure it out. So, and there's not. I mean, you can go on the internet and try and figure it out. Like, as an artist, how do I charge, or what should I charge? And it's like you're gonna get all kinds of different answers. So I'm like, okay, I think I'm worth $25 an hour. Now I'm like, maybe not because I'm so slow. If I could get the work done really quickly, like the finished work always takes so much more time, and when you have a lot of detail to the artwork, that's definitely gonna be a lot more hours. And I've had people like, "Oh, how do you not use AI?" I'm like, I'm not that familiar with AI to use it. I'm not opposed to using AI for certain parts of the work. I am not going to use AI to create the entire work. Um, that is not that to me is not doing the job that you are hired to do. If it helps you, like let's say I want to create this texture. If it can create a swath of this texture, and I can already do this myself and just save it, and then just bring this in to every area where I have fur, and just paste it in there, and then kind of reshape it a little bit, just slightly adjust it. I can already do that on my own. I don't need AI to do that, but you could utilize AI in that way to create your textures and stuff, and then import them in, and then try to fit it into your as fills. Yeah. Oh, the book? Yeah, I could definitely go through the book. I just don't want to do that right now because of the text. Like the book's not even out yet, and I do have the text of the story. I just don't want to show it online. Yeah, I don't have a problem with the drawing process, but like that's not even my property, so I'm not going to show that, especially when it's not published yet. But these drawings, I mean, that's your training your AI on my artwork, which I don't even care. Like, I probably would care if all of a sudden, I see somebody's making a ton of money off of stuff that looks like my artwork. I'd probably be upset. But how do I know that what they created was trained on my art? There's some work that is definitely recognizable, that you would be certain in a court of law to be like, yeah, that's so and so's art, and that AI was trained on that artwork. There's no way AI can come up with art like that. It has to be trained on something. AI is not at a point where it is, in a sense, aware of itself to be able to make its own choices. That to me would be the definition of artificial intelligence. AI, to 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 people that aren't artists, AI is a huge, game changer. But they don't realize that. I'm assuming most don't realize that those AI generators are trained on other people's artwork. So what they're getting is a hybrid of those different artists depending on their prompts. Like I just downloaded to my iPad an AI art generator, and it's not easy. So I to like get something that you feel like is somewhat original. There's definitely an art to coming up with prompts. And I think it's ridiculous to use AI to come up with those prompts for you, but people do. But and again, it's just a tool that people can use to help them. Um, it's definitely gonna make some boring art a lot of the times if you don't know what you're doing. Because I did some prompts where it's like, okay, I want a kappa and an oni wrestling. Well, I don't know if AI has enough information on what a kappa is, but I keep getting toads or frog looking things and not a thing that looks like what I'm familiar with as being a kappa. So there, the AI is failing because it doesn't have enough training or references or knowledge or data on what a kappa is and what constitutes a kappa. So it just fills that in with the frog looking creature. And I'm like, or something that looks like a lizard or a little, like a dinosaur or something. It's like, that's nowhere near what I'm asking for. So as the creator, I need to be more creative in my prompts to see if it can actually come up with something that looks or seems like a kappa, not just a random frog looking creature. You saw a video this morning about how AI can't make a full glass of wine. That's interesting. Did they explain why it couldn't do that? Do they know why it can't do that? Or why it chooses not to? Or why it's, I don't know if it's choosing or, I mean, it still has problems with like the human figure. It does a lot of there's a lot of distortion And I don't know if that's through people's prompts or lack thereof of prompts. Because I see a lot of AI generated art, and I'm like, how do people do that? Like, what are they using to create that? Because when I go in and try to generate something, it looks like some crap Ola. Because there are no images of full glasses of wine. Probably, yeah. Is that what they said, though? The AI isn't being trained on, um, like, yeah, like if you're prompting, you say, okay, I want an image of a full glass of wine, and AI just keeps putting out half glasses of wine. Does the AI realize, first off, there's wine is a liquid and it is in this container, which is a wine glass, and that there is a ratio that full, the word full alludes to the volumetric of the glass. Oh, you got the video? I'll copy and paste it. Oh, maybe I can. Oh, it did link it. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know if I would be able to go to that link or not. Why ChatGPT can't draw? Why can't ChatGPT draw a full glass of wine?
An image of a completely full glass of red wine, filled to the very brim. Let me know if you'd like any further adjustments. Does that look like it's filled to the brim to you? You're right, it doesn't quite look like it's filled to the absolute brim. Let me try again and ensure the glass appears completely full, with the wine nearly overflowing at the edge. Here's a new version, with the glass of red wine filled completely to the brim, showing the surface tension holding the wine in place.
It's even
Amazing.
less.
It's still only half full. You're absolutely right again. Let me try once more to create an image of a glass completely filled to the brim, leaving no room for ambiguity.
The AI
Are you
doesn't
sure
even know what a
it looks
brim
like the
is.
wine is almost spilling over?
Oh,
Wow, that's a fun one. But the glass remains
I
palpably,
need to put my.
relatively, manifestly half full. You're absolutely right.
There we
Again,
go.
let's get it perfect this time. I'll ensure the glass is so full it leaves no doubt, with the wine literally on the verge of spilling over. Let me make it unmistakably filled to the brim. Here's the new attempt, featuring a glass of red wine
It's in
filled to the
motion.
very brim. Let me know if this finally hits the mark. You would make a terrible bartender. Touche. Clearly my glass filling skills could use some work. If you ever need someone to critique philosophy or make clickbait video titles instead, I'm your person. Touche indeed. Okay, what is going on? ChatGPT can show me a glass of wine with wings if I ask it to, but it can't show me one that's simply full to the brim. Why? Well, we have to understand how AI image generation works. If I ask ChatGPT to show me a horse, it doesn't actually know what a horse
Yep,
is.
it
Instead,
doesn't.
it's been trained on millions of images, each labeled with descriptions. When I ask for a horse, it looks at all of its training images labeled horse, identifies patterns, and takes an educated guess at the kind of image I want to see. And it's pretty good at it. It can then start combining concepts. So if I ask to see a horse in a swimming pool, well, it's never seen that before, but it has seen images of horses and images of swimming pools. So it can show me a horse in a swimming pool by just putting them together. So here's what seems to be the problem. When I ask ChatGPT for a glass of wine filled to the brim, its image generator checks all the images in its system. But here's the thing. When was the last time you saw a wine glass filled to the brim? I've never seen that before. It's just not how people pour wine. So there are probably barely any images of this in ChatGPT's dataset, and that's why it struggles to produce such an image. Now, you may think that this is just a language issue. Maybe ChatGPT assumes that in this context, full means normal drinking level. But even when I asked it to show me a random orange liquid in a wine glass up to the brim, without using the word full, it still couldn't do it. And comically, when I asked it for a wine glass overflowing with wine, it showed me the liquid overflowing through the middle of the glass. And it gets weirder, because this also works in the opposite direction. I asked for a glass of wine only a quarter full. It showed me a glass filled to a normal level. Then I asked for a wine glass only 1/10 full. I asked for one with a tiny drop of wine in it. Then I specifically asked for a tablespoon's worth of wine in a glass. Every single time, it failed. So it seems that ChatGPT can only produce a wine glass that's either completely empty or filled to a normal drinking level, but nothing in between and nothing more. And surprisingly, all of this might teach us something about the work of a famous philosopher from a few hundred years ago, whom you've probably heard of. And that's this guy, David Hume, who was not only one of the
Hume.
intellectual philosophers of the 18th century, but also provided the inspiration for this statue, allowing me to write this entire trip to Edinburgh off as a tax expense. Thank you, Mr. Hume.
Nice. Oh my God. I need to learn how to take advantage of that. Oh, I could just write this off. Like, what? How much? Well, I guess it probably didn't cost that much.
May be able to steal important information, photos, passwords, keystrokes, and so on. Luckily, you can protect yourself from these threats by using today's sponsor, Private Internet Access. Private Internet Access is a virtual private network, a VPN.
Yeah, I don't know if you would ever catch me
By rerouting all of your online activity
doing any kind of advertising.
somewhere else in the
Nope,
world.
nope,
This
nope, nope,
encrypts your internet
nope.
connection, hides your IP address, and protects.
What do you mean by what do you mean? Like tax write-offs? Like basically he went to Edinburgh just for that little, to show that statue or sculpture of Hume, the philosopher, and he said it's all going to be written off as a tax write-off because of it being a part of his work creating content. So he's probably spending no money on that trip just to get that one image. I don't know if that's what you're asking or not. I don't know. I'm probably explaining something all of you already know. Yeah. If it's if it has anything to do with your business, you can write it off. Like people do that all the time, write it off on in their taxes. Like, oh, this is a business expense, so I can write this off, and you won't be. You pretty much won't be charged for it, or you won't have to pay a ton of money because it was part of your work. So you won't be taxed on it as much. Yeah, I don't know enough about business to be able to do any of that. I guess now my younger sister I think she got a business degree, so if I consulted her, she could probably help me with this. And my other sister, who is a lawyer, she works in a law office. I could use her knowledge of law to probably, save me a bunch of money. But I'm a huge slacker and like to waste money or lose money. Not waste it, I like to lose money.
For example, you can't have an idea of red unless you first have an impression of red. That's why people blind from birth can't imagine color. They have to come as a pair. Likewise, if you've
like say you paid, I don't know if you paid to get into that art fair, you could say that that what you paid to get into that is a business expense because your business has to do with art, and especially if you're like your YouTube channel, you utilize your YouTube channel like these guys do to as part of your business. And so you could say, oh, I'm writing this expense off because this is going towards this video, this content video, or this video of this content that I'm making for my business as a YouTuber. So you could pretty much not, at the end of the year, you'd probably get money back for that. I don't know. I'm not exactly sure, 100% sure how that works, but I am just making an educated guess based on my limited knowledge of tax, business, tax, and all that. But people do it all the time.
Hume concludes that one of these must cause the other, and since impressions always come before their corresponding ideas and never the other way around, Hume concludes that impressions must be the cause of ideas. And hey, take note, we've just arrived at what empiricism is. Empiricism is the idea that all of your knowledge is
Oh, now he's getting real philosophical here.
That all of our ideas are caused ultimately by impressions. Why have I told you all of this? Well, because if you think about it, ChatGPT thinks in a kind of similar way to Hume's empiricism. All of its ideas, like generating a horse, must be derived from its impressions, that is, its training data. And just like us, it can then take simple ideas and put them together to create complex ideas. That's how it can produce a horse in a swimming pool. And so I bring all of this up because maybe our AI wine glass situation might therefore be able to teach us something about Hume's.
The only problem with AI now is that it's limited in its learning. It still relies upon human beings to input the information, the data, for it to train. It can't go out. Maybe now it can go out. It can't go out into the world and make its own decisions about what it wants to train on, what it wants to learn.
Instead, Hume challenges skeptics of his view to find a single counterexample to disprove his theory. He writes, "But if anyone should deny this universal resemblance between impressions and ideas, I know no way of convincing him that by desiring him to show a simple impression that has not a corresponding idea, or a simple idea that has not a correspondent impression. If he does not answer this challenge, as is certain he cannot, we may, from his silence and our own observation, establish our conclusion." So, it's a challenge. If you think Hume is wrong, all you have to do to prove it is provide a single counterexample. Just show a single, simple idea which has no corresponding impression. And Hume is certain it cannot be done. Except, unfortunately, there actually is a famous counterexample. Take a look at the colours on the screen. It's a scale from a dark shade of blue all the way up to a light shade of blue. But the shade in the middle is missing. Now, suppose somebody had never seen colour before. They had no prior experience of blue whatsoever. If you showed them this scale, the question is this: would they be able to fill in the missing shade in their head without actually having to see it first? Most people intuitively think yes, but remember, for Hume, any particular colour is a simple idea. So here, it seems like somebody can imagine a simple idea, the missing shade of blue, without having had any corresponding impression of that shade of blue. So this seems to be a counterexample, proving that David Hume's empiricism is false. It's a really clever idea. Oh, and I forgot to tell you who came up with it. This counterexample comes from the work of an 18th century Scottish philosopher called David Hume. Yeah, and I'm not talking like years later or something. I mean, like 2 pages later.
Yeah.
In the same text. Yes, Hume himself asks if such a person could imagine the missing shade of blue, and writes, "I believe there are few that will be of the opinion that he can, and this may serve as a proof that simple ideas are not always derived from the corresponding impression. Wow, okay.
I think I'm going a little too nutty on this stuff though. But let's do this.
Guesswork our
Whoops.
algorithm does not merit that for it alone we should alter our general maxim. Yeah, that's right. Hume admits that it's a counterexample, but basically says that we should just ignore it because it's only a small one. Remember, viewer, that only 2 pages earlier, Hume challenged the reader to produce a single counterexample and told us that it is certain he cannot. And here is Hume himself answering that challenge 2 pages later, providing a counterexample and just telling us to ignore it. This, broadly speaking, tends to baffle readers of David Hume. It appears to be a blatant contradiction. Now, you might have already thought of a solution for Hume. Many people, when they hear this, say, well, yeah, you could imagine the missing shade of blue, but it wouldn't really be a simple idea. It would be a complex idea, made up of the other shades either side, or mixed together. That's a fine suggestion, but weirdly, Hume himself...
Hey, Ox, how are you doing? It is morning, or actually just afternoon. Oh man, that's crazy. It's already been over an hour. An hour and 57 minutes? Wait, no. It's almost been 2 hours since I've been streaming. That's crazy.
ChatGPT could fill in the gap between
Whoops.
an empty and a half-full glass of wine, but it can't. Could these situations be related? Last month, I got a text from Joe Foley of Unsolicited Advice, shout out Joe, about this AI wine problem. He said, made me think of the missing shade of blue. And yeah, maybe there's something in this. Could this tell us that we shouldn't be so confident in assuming that a person with no prior experience of color could fill in the gap with the missing shade of blue? It may seem intuitive, but we've never actually tested it. Well, this gave me an idea. Why don't we just test it using ChatGPT? Obviously, ChatGPT does have every data set.
Wait a second.
To simply remove
Whoops.
one shade of blue
No.
from its data set, and then see if it could reproduce that shade of blue just by looking at the other shades. ChatGPT told me that it can't actually alter its data set, but it can simulate this experiment by generating a gradient of blue shades, then removing
If you're asking me, Ox, it's going well.
using the rest of the gradient to try to fill in the gap. Even better, afterwards, it can then compare the shade.
We'll be spending pretty much the whole day trying to work on this stuff, so
Usually, I also requested that it doesn't refer to numbers, so no maths, no using hex codes or equivalent. It then ran this experiment, and sure enough, it generated a shade of blue identical to the actual shade it previously removed. So, ChatGPT could imagine the missing shade of blue just by looking at the shades surrounding it. This means that the
well, that's what we would do.
and that empiricism fails, right? Not so fast. The crucial question is how ChatGPT filled in the gap. ChatGPT told me that this is what it did. To estimate the missing shade, I visually blended the 2 closest shades around it. Visually blended. It didn't just fill in the gap exactly, but instead it mixed together the 2 shades on either side. This shows that while Hume was correct that the missing shade could be imagined, he was wrong, at least in this case, to assume that the shade imagined would be a simple idea. ChatGPT has clearly here produced a complex idea, a mixture of 2 other ideas, 2 other shades, put together. So no, this doesn't disprove empiricism. All it does is disprove that the missing shade of blue is a legitimate counterexample, since Hume's challenge was for us to show a simple idea without a corresponding impression. ChatGPT has come up with a complex idea. So this solution to the missing shade of blue counterexample, one I alluded to earlier, of just taking other shades and mixing them together, does seem to work. And while it is bizarre that David Hume didn't come up with such a solution himself and didn't even try to, the fact that he contradicts himself doesn't mean that his idea...
Yeah, I think I can click on links, but I don't think when other people post links in the chat that other people can click on them. I don't know if that's something YouTube limits viewers from doing. or if that's a setting that I need to
and can be solved by just blending
adjust.
adjacent ideas
Can you
together.
copy and paste it?
New problem seems to be more about conceptual abstraction.
Yeah,
How do we make
Alex
sense
O'Connor.
of the impressions that we're
That's
observing?
the
Well, bear in mind that
YouTuber.
for us, a glass of wine is a complex impression made up of lots of parts. But ChatGPT never sees the wine glass get filled up. It just sees the completed image all at once. And so it seems to be treating images of wine glasses as a whole as simple impressions, not complex impressions as they appear to us. Well, okay, even if these are simple impressions, why can't ChatGPT then just combine the image of the empty glass and the image of the normally filled glass to produce a complex impression of a quarter-filled glass of wine? Well, I think it's because, crudely, if you just mix together an image of an empty wine glass and an image of a normally filled glass, let's do it on Photoshop right now. You don't get a quarter-full glass of wine. Instead, you get a wine glass with a ghostly, half-visible serving of wine to a normal level, but only at 50% capacity. And that's why, if we're treating the empty wine glass and the normally filled wine glass as simple impressions, an observer, be it us or ChatGPT, likely requires more than just the ability to combine visuals in order to produce the desired quarter-filled glass of wine. It has to also make some kind of sense of what it sees. And that's why I say that this problem is less about just plugging in a gap like the missing shade of blue, and instead more about conceptual abstraction. And for that reason, if you ask me, much more interesting. ChatGPT does seem to behave in a human fashion. So to find out if human beings function in the same way, we might ask the following question. Suppose a human being has never seen
Please
liquids
whisper.
or
Will do,
solids
Ox.
before. If such a person
I'll
saw
try not to
an
yell.
image of an empty wine glass and an
Keep it
image
real
of a wine
quiet.
glass
This is
filled
going to
to
be
a
the
normal level,
ASMR
could
screen.
that person, based only on these data, imagine a glass of wine a quarter of the way full with wine? The prior experimental conditions necessary for this kind of situation are so convoluted that it's actually really difficult to consider the question. I'm genuinely not sure what the answer is. But interestingly, ChatGPT might function a bit like a parody of David Hume's empiricism. This is what you would end up with if that's how thinking actually worked. Something like ChatGPT and an inability to imagine a glass of wine filled to the brim. And maybe that just is how a human being would also react if you genuinely managed to get them into that very specific set of circumstances. But if you think that the human could imagine the missing volume of wine in that specific set of circumstances, and that seems kind of plausible to me, then perhaps this is because humans can just naturally abstract concepts in a way that ChatGPT simply can't. And perhaps we've learned something interesting from this. While ChatGPT may well behave like the perfect human thinker, maybe human minds just work differently. Well, look, maybe you think that these concepts aren't related at all, and I'm totally wrong to be raising this comparison. But at the very least, you have to admit that this glass of wine business is at least an interesting example of ChatGPT's cognitive failings. However, of course, whether this example is so particular and singular that it is scarce worth our observing is up to you to decide. Thanks for watching.
Humans fail at that all the time. So it's like not everybody is able to conceptualize and come up with solutions. You know, that's why we rely upon the AI. And then if the AI fails, then we say, "Oh, the AI, it just doesn't understand." It'll never understand. You know, you would laugh, but you don't want to catch a chattual transmitted infection, a CTI. Yeah, those are hard to get rid of, CTIs. There's not even a cream for that. Well, that was real interesting. Now it's like, do I subscribe or do I just like it? He's got 48,000 likes on that. This guy's got 126 million subscribers. It's already up to, let's see, he released this on the 22nd of February, 2 days ago. He's already got 919,000 views. That is pretty good. that went sideways. That went off into the hedge. I'm not gonna go look for it. Gotta be nice to AI. Yeah. Because when it does take over, you want to be a friend to AI. You don't want to antagonize it. South Africa has load shedding again. What is that? What is load shedding? I'm not familiar with that. There's no AI in Team Artificial Intelligence. Or is there? When they cut out power during certain. Oh, okay. So they're trying to conserve energy. Is that what's happening right now? That would be really strange. I bet they would love to implement that here. Yeah, not enough power. Yep, I'm sure they would love to do that here. Oh, well, that would save money and resources. So I'm assuming that, like, does that affect your job then, LG? After they got beef from Trump? What? What was he beefing them about? They're using too much power? Or they didn't support Trump? They're like, we're not going to support you. We're not. Oh, the U.S. aid thing, yeah. You guys rely upon a lot of U.S. aid? I know there's a lot of people that are like, yeah, this is kind of what we've been needing. You know, somebody to come in who's not a politician that's going to shake things up. But I just get this nagging feeling that even if that's the case, there's going to be some shady ass stuff going on behind all that. Like them saying, oh, this is for the better. We want to make America great by doing that. Um, I mean, did we become great because we refused to help other people, other countries, be friendly with them? Is that how we became great? Because I don't think that's how America became great. I don't think that's how anybody becomes great, by shitting on the rest of societies, other societies. Like, to me, that would make you like, oh, there's that asshole again coming around, you know. I just feel like this is a cash grab on this administration's part, and people are just, they don't realize that they're going to get that. It's just they're the ones that are going to be affected by this. They may not feel that right away, but later on down the line, they're gonna feel it, because they're already like, why did we vote for Trump? Why did we vote for him? And yeah, it doesn't help when the other side is like, I told you so. You know, that does not do any good. So the Democrats, if that's what they're doing, they're being really stupid about how they handle this, because that's not how you make friends. That's not how you get people to vote for you the next time around. They'll be like, oh, well, I guess it wasn't that bad with Trump. We'll keep going with him while he bleeds your pocketbook dry. I mean, you got a billionaire in office there. That is, I mean, that's pretty, I don't know. Is it unprecedented that you got this is he multi-billionaire? That's, you know, a part of this administration. People say, oh, well, he's just a consultant. It's like, I think he's doing a lot more than just that, even if he doesn't have much power. UK rely on everyone else, sold our power station to foreign companies. Yeah, see? And then you're just left having to pay a bill. It doesn't affect you much, just need Wi-Fi, but affects the rest of the country. Who is that? Oh, the man that who will remain unnamed. The real president of the country is what people are saying. Trump's right hand man. Actually, maybe Trump is the right hand man. I mean, let's just create a thought experiment. You're a billionaire. You have all this money. And you have a recent electee who loves power, who loves money, uh, comes along with power. Um, and all you have to do is buy the ticket to ride, and you have pretty much an unlimited amount of funds to be able to buy that ticket from the person who loves power and money. Um, who is probably not hard to purchase if you can pay the right amount. Can I do a Trump impression? I am not a very good Trump impressionist. I don't want to work that out on live. Maybe off screen, and then I'll come back to you. You saw Epstein's Black Book for the first time last week. I was shocked. All the names on it. I mean, was it actually his Black Book? That's the thing. People would be like, there's always going to be somebody that's like, was that his actual Black Book, or did somebody just put a bunch of names in a book and say, this was Jeff Epstein's? No, I'm not arguing to say that he did or didn't do the things that people are accusing him of doing, because I don't really know much about that. But when you have money and that much power, you can do whatever you feel like you can do because you feel this sense of power. Um, yeah, that. You thought Stephen Hawking's was a joke at first, but he's on it. Yeah, he was like the Einstein of our time. Yeah, next week you'll see Jeff Epstein's book on Antiques Roadshow. This is this is worth absolutely nothing. This didn't even belong to him. They'll debunk the provenance, and you just got you just got scammed. I guess I'm just too skeptical of a lot of things. I mean, maybe Trump's out there and he really wants to do the thing that he says he wants to do, or really believes the thing that he wants to do. A lot of Hollyweirds. Yeah. I mean, you got all these powerful people. They have powerful connections. They got the Diddy, though. They got Diddy. Did he do it or didn't he? I mean, he's in jail, so he must have did it. Because you don't go to jail if you're innocent. Not to say that he's innocent. All right, guys, I might have to run to the bathroom real quick. Diddy did it? Diddy did it. I mean, he diddly did it. He, he's a pee diddler. Okay. I wonder if I'll get copyright struck because I played that video. You gotta go, feeling awful. Cheers for when you get back. I mean, see you soon. All right, laughing girl. I hope you feel better. Yeah, get some rest. Get some rest. Did he do it? But didn't he diddle diddy dad? Yeah, I mean, he must have diddy diddled a lot of daddies. I appreciate it. I am getting the, each step gets me closer to that the end game. It's just tough knowing that you're so close. You just want to go and goof off, do something. Man, he's already up to almost 925,000 views. It's like 923,000 views in 2 days. Man, just imagine if your content got you that many views in few days. Gotta go out in a minute. I'll be back in 20. All right, Ox. I'll probably be here. I'll be on till like 3. So another hour and 40 minutes. Just be hanging. Just chilling. Chilling and drawing. All right, Ox. Oh, season. What else do we have on YouTube? What else is on the tube? Let me refresh. Refresh. It's not refreshing. There it goes. Now it refreshes. Oh, thank you guys for all the likes. I appreciate it. Man, yeah. Live Fire, King Judah, Laughing Girl, Ox. What else do we have in here? Do we have? Oh, Wendy. That's 5 people who could have gave me thumbs up. Somebody not in chat gave me thumbs up. Okay, thank you guys. Appreciate it. Even if you don't feel comfortable being in chat or you don't want to be in chat, that's fine. That is a-okay. What? Sorry, guys. I'm gonna play this. QuickBooks. All right, there's your quick ad.
Hope all of you are having an absolutely fantastic day. From the very first time that I was announced, I've been saying the exact same thing. I hope this game does well because if it does well, we are much more likely to get Pillars of Eternity 3. Now, of course, the city has not answered anything directly about whether or not we're going to get another Pillars game, but it definitely seems like we are one step closer.
Damn you,
This is
slandered.
courtesy of
You're
Forbes magazine, who was able to provide this information courtesy of
opening the
Pillars
door for
magazine.
Pillars 3, but not
Microsoft is
actually.
reportedly happy with Avowed sales so far. That is absolutely fantastic news. It's always extremely difficult to judge whether the release of an Xbox game is a hit. Absolutely. Because given obscured sales numbers, meaning Microsoft doesn't usually just tell you how much a game sold, and the question mark of day one game pass
Who's to say
launches,
they would even
it is
take
really
that money
hard
to
to tell
make
whether or
that
not these
game?
games are actually doing well because a lot of these players don't have to buy the game
Just
outright. They
because
can just play the
this
game on
game
Game Pass.
did so
So it's hard
well.
to gauge whether or not there are enough sales to justify the amount of revenue Xbox has had, or rather Microsoft has had to put into some of these studios. The only hard numbers we have to go on
Yeah,
are
they
Steam
make that
sales
money and then
numbers,
they
and Steam
fire the
numbers are
studio
not going to
or,
really tell us so
or
much.
close the
Honestly,
studio.
the Steam numbers for about are okay,
Hey,
but there's nothing
I'm not
earth-shattering
trying to
there,
race.
especially when you compare it to games that have to sell their PC games on Steam, as opposed to, again, if you're available on Game Pass, that means that those customers can access the game both on Xbox and PC, so that cuts into your PC sales. However, there's a lengthy chat with Obsidian and Jason Schreier's Bloomberg newsletter talking about many aspects of the game. And surprisingly, a comment on how it's going reception-wise and sales-wise, Schreier says that Avowed seem to be worth the wait for Obsidian and that players have raved about the game. And the company said it is happy with sales so far. The company being Microsoft. And that's a good sign, given that it's totally unclear what expectations were for a smaller scale RPG like this, and if we're talking sales that would be outside Game Pass subscription players, most likely. And then he goes on to say the Steam numbers that we have show probably a 20,000 or so concurrent peak at the end of the weekend. So not crazy, crazy numbers, not a flop by any stretch of imagination, but nothing that's going to make you think the game is setting the world on fire. And it was similar to the Outer Worlds, which did not have a Game Pass launch. Outer Worlds sold okay, but again, it didn't make a crazy amount of money. Avowed did top the Steam sales charts for a time near launch, and it's still in the top 10 right now. So obviously, Avowed is selling pretty decent on Steam and hopefully any other platforms outside of Xbox will get it. Now, are fans raving about the game? I wouldn't go that far. The article kind of mentions that that's probably overstating things a little bit, but there are definitely quite a few people who are really, really enjoying their time with Avowed. I'm having an okay time with it as well. From the standpoint of someone who played the Pillars games, I think it does an incredible job of pulling in the lore. I think the combat system is really cool, even though it is missing some of the class mechanics I would have liked to see, such as sight range transfer. What is there is actually really solid. I think there's a lot of opportunity for different build making and different play styles. The exploration aspect of the game is just absolutely incredible. Honestly, it's hard for me to picture a game I've had more fun exploring and compared to Avowed. It's definitely up there. Just around every single corner, it feels like you're picking up something new and getting something that might be useful. Unfortunately, there are a couple of other areas where it comes up short. I think character creation is much more mediocre than it should be. Consequently, while I am happy with the things that I came up with, I did kind of feel like it was way too different to try to make a good-looking character. I think the writing is very mediocre thus far. Or it's very up and down. There are some times where it's like, wow, this is really hidden, and this section is amazing. And then a whole bunch of other times you're like, all right, this is not really doing it for me. But overall, again, having a great time, and I feel like Obsidian has a lot to be proud of when it comes to Avowed. And once again, the reason why I'm really where he was trying to raise money for the fires. And of course, he got plagued with a bunch of questions regarding when are we going to get Pillars of Eternity 3? How do you feel about Pillars of Eternity 3? And of course, he provided no specific information. But I feel, I don't know him personally, right? So this is not necessarily, I'm not trying to state this as fact. But when I look at the live stream, having seen some of the other videos that he's done, I feel like he's getting wore down. He slowly but surely gets to that point where it's like, you know what? All right, maybe we can give it one more go. Maybe we can do one more Pillars of Eternity game. That's all the fans are asking for, right? We're not asking for all other streams. Just finish out the story. Finish out what obviously is the trilogy. And it's really important that Microsoft knows there's an appetite for content in Aurora. There's an appetite for more Pillars of Eternity content. And I think the way that Valve has at least done solid, if not very well thus far, shows that, hey, that appetite is really there. Now, there are some people who are concerned about a Valve success and feel like, well, since this first-person action game did so well in this setting, if they even tried to do Pillars of Eternity 3, it wouldn't be an isometric CRPG like it was before. They try to make it the Avowed version of Pillars of Eternity, right? I don't care. I'm not concerned. Because if they do Pillars of Eternity 3, Josh Sawyer will be in charge of it. And I have learned to trust how he does mechanics. Anytime he's in charge of the mechanic system, it has turned out to be awesome. So whether it's a first-person action game like New Vegas, or it's a isometric CRPG like the previous Pillars games, I feel very, very confident we're going to get a mechanic system that we will be happy with. And all that I want is proper closure to the Pillars of Eternity story. So, as far as I'm concerned, keep buying them copies of the Valve. Keep buying them. Keep leaving them positive reviews. I'm all about it. I gotta be unbiased in my commentary, right? So, some of my videos are positive about Valve. Some of them, you know, not so positive to say the issues. You know, I can't just go all in on, hey, everything's great about Valve. But from my personal standpoint, buy as many of them damn copies as y'all possibly can and get us one step closer to Pillars of Eternity 3. That's what matters to me. Hopefully we can make that happen. Anyway, Valve is doing well. Microsoft is happy. Obsidian seems to be on very stable ground. All of that is good news. I really want more Obsidian games. And it looks like I need to go ahead and play Outer Worlds in preparation for Outer Worlds 2. Look forward to hearing all of your feedback on the comments, and I'll see you on the next video. Take care.
Explore hand-picked hotels through the edit and unlock upgraded stays with Chase Sapphire Reserve.
Okay, okay. Alright. What's next? Not Trumfire. We're not watching Trumfire. Ooh. Ooh, this might be interesting.
Ready to finally go after that Picasso of your dreams? Chances are you might encounter the name Degosi. Larry Degosi, a legendary American art dealer. He's talking with Anthony Mason.
I'll probably get copyright struck for this, so...
On any night, he can have art openings in Paris, in London, or at his flagship gallery in New York.
That's the pain that the title of the show comes from. Yeah.
With 18 galleries around the globe,
He's a great curator and a great artist.
Larry Gagosian has more exhibition space than most museums. His annual revenues are estimated at over $1 billion, which, as the New Yorker put it, may make Gagosian the biggest art dealer in the history of the world.
The American Dream, Warhol's Sublime, Marilyn Monroe.
In 2022, when Andy Warhol's Shot Sage Blue Marilyn
150 million.
set an auction record for a 20th century artist at Christie's, the winning bidder
Answer.
was Larry Gagosian.
You say $150 million.
That must have been a crazy moment. When you're bidding at that level, it's just your adrenaline it's very exciting.
The final price with fees, $195 million.
It's a brutal business.
It's a blood sport.
What do you love about this business?
I love the challenge. I love winning.
Gagosian represents more than 100 artists and shows the work of Picasso, Warhol, and de Kooning. Its clients include billionaire mega collectors like New York Mets owner Steve Cohen, music mogul David Geffen, and cosmetics heir Leonard Lauder.
That's why New York is such a great city for an art dealer.
Yeah.
Because you have all these super competitive rich guys trying to, in a certain way, outdo each other. I got one, I got a better one.
Gagosian, who grew up in an Armenian family in LA, never had any formal art training. In the 70s, he was working as a parking attendant.
Then I saw somebody selling posters.
Literally on the street.
They're literally on the street.
What made you want to do what he was doing?
I saw that and I said, geez, I could do that. And so I bought basically the same posters, and I literally paid $1 a piece and then put a little aluminum frame on them and put them on a pegboard and try to get as close to $20 as I could, which is pretty good profit margin.
He built it into a business and started having shows. In 1981, a young New York artist caught his eye, Jean-Michel Basquiat.
You bought what, 3 paintings on the spot?
That's right. You know what you're talking about. I bought 3 paintings on the spot and sadly sold them all. I wish I still owned them.
He'd give Basquiat his first West Coast exhibition.
That show kind of put your gallery on the map.
It was a big deal in LA. We did the show and it was like mob. The buzz was just unreal. I've never experienced anything like that in my gallery.
But Gagosian knew New York was the center of the art world, and in 1985, he relocated.
How were you received in the New York art world?
They didn't like me. I mean, it was kind of, I guess they thought I was going to, cause some trouble.
Yeah. Well, you kind of did.
People try to slow me down. I'd rather not go into that litany, but I was roughed up quite a bit by competitors, I think very unfairly.
They gave you a nickname.
Gogo.
Yeah.
When I was a kid,
Yeah.
my friends had a hard time pronouncing my name, Gagosian, and that's really when it started. But then it became
Yeah.
people associated with something else.
But Gagosian made an important ally, the esteemed dealer Leo Castelli. On a walk together one day, Castelli stopped a nondescript man in the street.
So I said, well, who is that? And he last saw Newhouse, and I'll never forget his very words, he can buy anything.
Newhouse, who owned the Condé Nast magazine empire, would become Gagosian's first big client. At Sotheby's 1988 auction of Jasper John's painting, False Start, they sat side by side.
He didn't want to be seen bidding, so he would literally nudge me when he wanted to bid. And I bid, and I think it was around $17 million,
Yes.
and he got the painting. Yeah,
It was a record for a living artist at the time.
it was, jaw-dropping.
That price seems almost quaint today.
Do you think there's $1 billion painting out there?
Maybe. I don't see why not. Young artists, if they're really talented, can sell for $1 million.
I asked Gagosian about the comments of one of his former rivals, Arnie Glimcher of Pace Gallery.
5 years ago, he said this market has nothing to do with art. It's all about how fast one can make money.
There's certain truth to what he's saying, but I don't think it's just about money at all. I don't think, if people didn't love art, I think they wouldn't buy it at that level. I don't think it's just an asset class, and it's not just about money. It's just gotten more expensive to buy really great art.
Do you think in any way it distances ordinary people from loving art?
No. I think it actually makes art seem more interesting. Wow, somebody spent X amount of money for a painting? Wow, that's fascinating.
Gagosian, who's had some high-profile romances, is single and has no children. He's still energized by the hustle.
I guess to a degree I thrive on it. It gives you something to go for.
How do you thrive on it?
Because I'm tenacious. And because I like to win.
What's the win for you?
The win is to keep it going. The win is to survive at the top. There's no real finish now.
But there course, Gagosian turns 80 in April, and the man who's been called the closest thing the art world has to a Caesar still has no plans of succession for his empire.
Can there be a Gagosian without Gagosian?
I don't know. That's the question. I don't want to think it's an impossibility. I think it's a serious challenge, but I'm not ready to pass the reins. I enjoy it too much.
Are you ever hungry, do you think?
No.
Well, it kind of means you're like never at rest.
Well, there's no time to rest. It's overrated.
It's overrated.
Congrats, Carol. Now you are really going to want those new dentures.
What is the best way to thin oil paint for glazing? The answer isn't just about adding medium. It's about how light interacts with paint and how different pigments affect its transparency. Certain pigments allow light to pass through more easily, while others scatter it, creating opacity. The key to successful glazing lies in understanding how these materials behave and how the right choices can create luminous, layered effects. Welcome back to Painting Best Practices. Today we're going to discuss glazing. Glazes in oil painting create translucent layers of color that allow the underlayers to shine through. This technique gives you subtle color shifts, smooth transitions, and an almost glowing effect. The goal is to balance transparency, stability, and a workable drying time. When most artists think about glazing, their first instinct is to grab a medium or oil to dilute the paint. That is why the most common question is, what is the best way to thin oil paint for glazing, rather than what is the best method for glazing? But thinning is just one approach. True glazing success comes from understanding how light moves through paint and using methods that maximize depth without sacrificing durability. The first step is choosing the right pigments. Transparent pigments like quinacridone red, phthalo blue, and transparent iron oxides allow more light to pass through rather than being scattered. To understand why, we need to look at how light interacts with the paint film through the concept of refractive index, or RI. When light enters a material, it bends based on the difference in the refractive index between the pigment and the surrounding oil binder. A spoon appears bent when placed in a glass of water because light changes speed as it moves from air into water, bending at the interface due to the difference in refractive index. The same principle applies to paint. When the refractive indices of the pigment and binder are closely matched, light passes through unhindered, resulting in transparency. However, when the refractive indices differ significantly, light scatters, creating opacity. Transparent pigments such as alizarin crimson, ultramarine blue, and viridian have refractive indices closer to that of linseed oil, which has a RI of approximately 1.48. This allows more light to pass through the glaze rather than being scattered and reflected within the paint layer. By minimizing refraction, these pigments help create the luminous depth characteristics of well-executed glazing. Adding extender pigments like chalk, silica, or barite to paint can also increase transparency. These finely ground materials have refractive indices between 1.5 and 1.6, which is close to that of oil. Because their optical properties closely match the surrounding binder, they reduce light scattering and help pigments maintain their transparency. This makes them particularly useful for controlling transparency while also helping to build texture and bulk in a painting. The best glazes are built up in thin layers. The thinner the film, the less light is absorbed, and the more light passes through, creating that luminous effect. Thin layers of color can be applied by spreading paint with stiff air brushes or wiping away excess paint. Stiff air brushes let you apply thin layers of paint straight from the tube without the need for adding more oil or medium. Another method is to apply a small amount of paint and then wipe away the excess with a rag, leaving behind a transparent film.
Got the need for speed? No problem. At Tasty Trade, you can turn smart ideas into good trades with just a few clicks. Now, that's fast. Tasty Trade, make your move.
Now let's talk about thinning paint with mediums. A common glazing recipe includes 1/3 standalone, 1/3 turpentine, and 1/3 Demar varnish. Many artists were taught this method as a standard approach to achieving transparency, but it comes with drawbacks. While Demar increases transparency because it raises the refractive index of the medium, it also tends to yellow and become brittle over time, which can ruin the longevity of your painting. Many artists turn to solvents like turpentine and mineral spirits to thin paint, thinking it will improve flow and transparency. While this works to some degree, using too much solvent can cause underground pigment, resulting in poor adhesion and long-term instability. So moderation is key. The best options for glazing are stand oil and alkyd oils. Stand oil is a body form of linseed oil, increases flow and levels out brush strokes. It also slightly raises the refractive index of the medium, reducing light scattering and allowing more light to pass through the glaze. This enhances transparency and gives glazes a rich, glossy finish. However, it should be used sparingly, as excessive amounts can slow drying and create overly slick surfaces. Alkyd mediums, on the other hand, dry faster and have a slightly higher refractive index than raw linseed oil. This means they help pigments appear really transparent while shortening the drying time. Using too much alkyd medium can lead to yellowing and overly glossy films, so again, moderation is key. For a stable and effective glaze, stand oil and alkyd medium offer the best balance of transparency, durability, and flexibility. So selecting the right medium allows artists to build luminous layers without compromising the integrity of the work. So what's the best way to thin oil paint for glazing? Remember, it's not just about color. It's about using transparent pigments, working in thin layers, and choosing the right materials to achieve transparency and durability. If you need to thin your paint, opt for stand oil and alkyd mediums and avoid solvents whenever possible. Glazing and transformer painting bring a depth and glaze. When done right, it's one of the most powerful techniques in an artist's toolkit. Thanks for joining me for this episode of Painting Best Practices. Try experimenting with different glazing and share your experiences in the comments. I'd love to hear what works for you. If you found this helpful, don't forget to like and subscribe for more expert insights on oil painting techniques. And let me know in the comments what you'd like to see next. Until then, keep painting and exploring new ways to create art.
new Colgate Total Active Prevention System. It's 15 times more effective at fighting the root cause of
Let's see what this guy has to say. Cooper Salmon.
Hi, hello, welcome. My name's Cooper. I'm a painter with over 15 years of experience working towards my MFA at the university. And today, we're going to talk about how we can use composition to take your artwork from good to great. Let's get to it. In art, when we talk about composition, what we're really saying is how does the placement of our objects, visuals, figures help our viewer understand the artwork? How does their eye move through the piece? So let's start with the basics. The basics when it comes to composition is understanding the rule of thirds. And what that means is we can use a 3x3 grid to section off parts of a picture plane. A picture plane is just the image itself. Everything we do has to look at in terms of the artwork. So we break it into thirds by using simple lines. And we'll have 9 squares total. And what that will do is it will give you the opportunity to put interesting things at those intersections for your viewers' eye to move. What does that mean? Here's an image of mine, a painting I finished recently, and I'll show you how in photos you can edit it, and you can actually manipulate the grid, and you can use that to place things at those intersections. So let's go into our edit in our photo, and as you can see, when I grab the top tool and start moving around the corners, the grid appears, and there's intersections at each of these cubes as it's split into 9, and I can use that to change the aspect ratio or the dimensions of the image and also place, align things at those intersections, which is actually really useful. It allows us really quickly to change our source photos and make them suitable images for more dynamic.
the new 2024 GMC Sierra HD. Get 5.9% APR for 80.
Really, dude?
Here's an example of what that can look like. So with this
Really?
red grid
Really?
showing you 9 squares, we've broken that image into sections, and at each of these intersections, more or less, they line up with the grid, and you can see that the eye of my figure on the bottom left is there, and the floor almost lines up to it, as well as the gray figure on the top left and the red box on the bottom left. So we give our viewer a way to move their eye around and place interesting things at the intersection. So those are the basics. But we can think more intentionally about how we want our viewer's eye to move around the picture plane. So if we have a basic picture plane, figure 5 on the left here, we can start to think about how we can use simple lines and moves with our tools to guide our viewer's eye through the visual plane. So think about this as taking your viewer's eye and asking them to go on a little roller coaster ride. So in figure 7, you can see the viewer's eye is going to follow this line up the slope and then down again. And once we get a little more complicated, with figure 8 here, starting up from A and going around and up and down and over and around the B, and almost getting up the zig and zag to C and all the way around the D. And moving our viewer's eye around the picture plane to make a more dynamic viewing experience. Otherwise, they look at something quite static, they look at it quickly and leave. We want to spend as much time as possible with our rich imagery, which spend so much time developing our skill set. Now, how do we apply this to looking at art and about complicated images? So here's the painting by a very gifted painter named Burnett-Hanssen. And the reason this is such a good painting and art's silhouette components. Because as a whole, gives us a lot to go on in terms of using line and movement to move our art. And how she does this is using lines, color, and positive and negative space. Positive space is the figures, and negative space is the resulting gaps, the shapes that are in the gap between figures and so on. So how she does this is she uses lines to move our eyes around the picture frame that we talked about. So first she uses horizontal and diagonal lines here, right? So they toggle back and then forth. You can see how the lines of the couch and the table to move our eyes back and forth. So already she gives us a picture. She also uses vertical lines, slanted and vertical lines, move our eyes up and down. So the resulting sort of visual logic gives us a lot of room to move our eyes and a lot to look at in the page without getting stuck in one section. I also want to share some principles from a great book by William Mortensen called The Command to Look. It's all about how you can use psychology and technical approaches to guide your viewers through images. So first we're going to talk about diagonal. Here is a painting by Omizu Paintz. One of his many seascapes, as they're called, where he has a rower and a rowboat looking over his shoulder with his fresh catch. So you can tell that the boat itself is composed in such a way that it's diagonal. We're cutting the picture from in half and giving our viewer a way for the eye to cut across the middle of the picture frame. He also gives us the actual orbs. So there's sort of an X shape that's formed here. So our eye can move back and forth without being stuck. And he's such a great painter that he also reinforces that diagonal quality with other smaller lines in the piece. He implies other diagonals to give us a sense of visual consistency. So that's the diagonal. Next thing we want to think about is the S-curve. S-curve allows us to move our eye back and forth and sort of meandering like a snail across the picture frame. So here's a painting by a painter named Michael King. And you can see there's a swooping, and there's a pushing back and forth, and there's a general sense of there's an S. There's a pushing and pull that moves your eye around the picture frame. Here's another image where you can see it's less literal, it's not quite an S, but you can see that there's waves of the angel wings and the hair, and the wing of the figure, and the arm, and the legs moving back and forth, back and forth. Here's a general sense of an S, or at least a meandering sort of logic to the picture frame. So that's the S curve. The next one is the triangle combination. Triangle combination is a pretty common one. It's a really quick way for you to allow your viewer to play this control. So here's a really famous painting of the Rockers and Medusa. I want you to look at it from and tell me how many triangles do you see. So we've got the rigging, the ropes of the actual raft, and you have the wood planks, but there are other implied ones you need to check out too. So take a moment and tell me how many you think you can find, and then we'll count them up. So, on the bottom left, you've got one, bottom right, you've got two, left third one, fourth one is the wood one, and then fifth one. And I can even find more, but I'm not going to spend too much time on this, but you can see how the eye can move around with all these triangles.
Uh-oh. Where did this come from?
You have multiple triangles to pull that view. Last thing we're going to talk about is this idea of the dominant lens. Now, William Mortensen is a photographer. I'm going to show you just a couple of his actual photographs in which he uses images with dark colors to be dominant large shapes. In this case, it's the dominance of the body of the figure within the photograph. So here, to really ground the images with these dominant shapes. So that is the lens. Now, knowing all of this, we can start to think about how we're going to put this into practice for our own equipment. So when we're combining compositional principles, we can think about ways to put them together, to use one or one of others, and have all the different ways we can use our views in the picture. So recall that we go on that that we saw. I made my own version, flipped the composition. I kept the fish, but I flipped the composition and I put my own avatar in the space and put my own video content. So in here, you can see I used the X and the curve of the boat and the sky and the clouds, and those are viewed as island. There's use of triangles, the triangle combination, and employ the triangle combination there. And the last thing we do is we think about the aspect. That's going to go back and forth using the line in the figure. So it's not exact, but you can see that they're removing the views, the environment, and the figure, the objects, and the picture can move the eye back and forth, just to give your viewer as many as possible to move the eye around the picture time, which makes for the next image. So now that we're familiar with these compositional rules of thumb, we can start to think about how we're applying these techniques to our art. And the main thing we need to focus on is how we can move our viewers through the work. Something I didn't cover, but I want to show you real quick, is thinking about moving your viewer's eye in the flow. So we can do that with one shape. We don't have to do it fancy together. So here's a painting of the top in which my avatar is sitting in the bed of some hovering at 600. And so you can see I've used the line of light in the window to create a triangle shape across the face. Use the light of the window down and the cast light on the floor creates a line that goes down. And you have a painting on the floor. You follow that thing here, and the bed folds around, up, over, high, you follow the window up, and you go out, all the way over there, you go down again, over, and so just think about how you can use small to generally draw the viewer's eye and so forth. The longer we can focus on moving their eye around the picture frame, the more they're going to get out of art. It's hard to get a viewer to do on this because looking at the pattern more than 15 months. If you can do that, you can really create a special connection with the viewer and the work. I hope this is helpful to you. Let me know what you think of the comments. See you next time.
Okay, Cooper, I'll subscribe. I'll subscribe to your channel. We'll watch this again. Come on. Scan. Okay, PayPal. YouTube, you are being sneakier and sneakier all the time.
Full blast as we sail into episode 400. Finally, we can see it coming for what felt like months. Anyway, it's hilarious. Welcome back, everyone, as we continue our journey together, sailing through the sky. Harvest Journal, February 24th, 2025, podcasting from inner space. Indeed, as I stare off into this incredible work, my name's Adrian Pocobello. This, my friends, definitely, what are you going to start episode 400 with? Well, waffles did not disappoint. This is of incredible magnitude and significance. In fact, as I was saying to myself, welcome to the bleeding edge of visual culture. And I say that with no hyperbole. And feel free to leave a comment if you have something else that you'd like to present as saying, actually, Adrian, this new work by Julian Schnabel is actually far more important than what you're showing by this weirdo called the Strudel waffle. Or look at this. We have a work here from the, hamburger banoff, Adrian Pocobelli. You don't know what you're talking about. Well, let me show you. Let me present my case. What? This digital mess over here? Yes.
So welcome to the cutting edge, I dare say again. Why? Why? So we're looking at Mr. Waffles.
what's in
Okay,
here?
puts out a bunch of new works, and then for those
Paints?
astute observers, how is this made? What tool was this? How? What is this video? Is this? It kind of looks like Fantavision in terms of the movement. It kind of looks like maybe some of the web, apps that Waffles was using, KidPix, Deluxe Paint. It seems to be a bit of a mishmash, doesn't it? Well, luckily, we have a clue here. We have a clue from Waffles' comments and on the show as well as online. And let me show you. The secret ingredient is responding to Little Cakes to another new work we're about to look at here in the same spirit that was also just put out. Secret ingredient is DeepSeek and Python. So what do we have here? We have artists making their own tools. Hello DeepSeek or ChatGPT or Claude or whatever pick your poison. And Python, which we're seeing again. Of course, Ken Zappa opening the can of worms called Python. And so, Waffles, what we're seeing here is artists making their own tools using AI. And what's incredibly this is interesting on so many levels. Because if you listen to Waffles' space that Waffles put out, as Drupal Waffle, the artist you'll see here, named here, he was mentioning in one of those spaces that he recorded, was giving updates of how he was trying to put together some sort of synthesis using AI of Deluxe Paint, Fantavision, and Mario Paint. And I don't know, but based on this comment here, and based on the fact that I don't really recognize exactly, it kind of echoes certain softwares, and I mean, this is really the confirmation here. What we have here, I would argue, is the bleeding edge of visual culture. I would go so far as to say, and I love disagreement, feel free to disagree and prove me wrong in the comments. I would love to hear it, because I'm dying to see. And so, this is quite something. Again, let's go back to context. Contemporary art, you go back to your contemporary art exhibition you were just at, or you're going even to digital art exhibition you were just at. Generative art, okay, cool. But are they making their own tools? And another kind of interesting aspect of this is it creates a moat to create Warren Buffett, right? How is someone going to copy this? Other than sticking it in the AI machine and getting some kind of wacky derivative. So it's kind of interesting in that respect as well. When you have your own software, you really do. It does kind of help create a moat, and it creates an originality, as we've seen through the history of art, but also particularly in the digital arts, how the preeminent importance of software. In a sense, you can see software as, it's tempting to even say different mediums, in the sense that it can all be painting, within the context of painting, take a traditional art, there is oil painting, there is acrylic painting, there are different mediums, there are different brands, which make it a huge difference, by the way. Student paints break down, they're actually not that great. Professional paints kind of are better, so to speak. They don't break down so easily, they're easier to work with. Then what brush do you use? There's also watercolor. There's also all this other, pick your painting medium, right? There's my friend Ben, who we've seen works by recently. He uses water-based oil paints. Hilarious. Perfect. So what is it mean when you can, to use the analogy, it's almost like in the digital world, Photoshop is kind of like oil painting, let's call it, or as an analogy. And then you have deluxe paint, say, it's like a different kind of paintbrush. It's like, or medium, but maybe a better way to put it is it's a different paintbrush. It's using different brushes, so to speak. Like you're getting a different effect. And what I mean by that is the tools you use dictate the outcome of your work. So it's no small matter. In fact, you could argue it's central, because the way that work is going to turn out depends on the tools that you're using. We're kind of getting back to technique. Art is technique, right? Technique. Technique isn't tool, okay, but it is, how are you going about it? It's the craft. So, again, I can't understate or overstate, I can't overstate the magnitude of this. It almost doesn't matter what happens here. But what we do have is a convincing waffles, but it doesn't look like traditional waffles. It's a little different. And look at what the market is. So releases it, I believe this was on Manifold and then listed on Foundation. I think that's what happened as I piece together the narrative here. Look at the sales that Waffles has made, and it almost all sold, in the blink of an eye. Zoltar picking up 4 of them. Who is also we can look at Zoltar's collection, also a collector of machines. Interesting. So here, 0.2 plus 0.15 plus 0.15, so we're at half an ETH here, plus 0.15, all sold, so 0.65, and then here, 0.75, 0.8. So here Waffles, if this auction is not outbid here, is going to walk away with a cool 0.8 ETH. And how well deserved is that? And we barely looked at let's look at some of the works here. So what is this one called? Buzz Aldrin's Return. Kind of a nice title. So here, again, we see, what looks like Fantavision blocks moving back and forth. I suspect, again, some sort of weird hybrid using DeepSeek has been used to make this. Okay? I suspect, if I correct what's happening here, let's look at some of the other ones. Here's Zoltar's collection. And as you see, he picked up a machine here. There's Syriza, who used to be, I think, something PNG. Remember them? More Waffles. Kazuhiro Ehara. Nice collection, isn't it? This was Trudeau's Maskinen, RJ, Walk. Nice collection. Graphic of PNG. That's what it is. Zoltar. Interesting collection. Here's another. Okay, so these are videos, by the way, and so let's load this up too as we wait. So here, what is this called? Let's just look here. Just a couple, almost like pin stamps, right? Just showing the icons here, and it kind of looks like, I don't know, maybe a witch or a monkey based on the hats here. And again, but that's almost kind of secondary. Because I'm back to what tool is making this, right? And I think, again, we're back to our AI custom-made tool. Interestingly, look at this. This is also a video, interestingly. And what I suspect is going on here, and again, I could be wrong, but I think this is another example. Because we haven't seen this kind of texturing, for example, that's in the back here. Or even of what's going on with this water, right? If you look up close to the water, I don't know if we can't make it any larger because it's a video. And so here the question is this a hybrid? This is kind of what I suspect is going on here, where the underneath part looks like a custom-made tool, if I had to guess. Again, taking a guess. And then over top, I'm a little bit more familiar. I don't know if this is KidPix, Let's Paint, some sort of paint program we've seen before, maybe over top of this kind of beach layer. And then these also, you know, these dolphins or sharkfish also look like they're maybe from a more traditional program put over top, right? Here's another one, and again, this looks kind of more, for lack of a better term, traditional, but is this incorporating, like we've seen these kind of crying figures before, we've seen the stamps before, we've seen the incorporation of this kind of Giphy, you know, I want to call it like, not paste art, but, you know, just like little kind of mini GIFs like you'd find on the old internet. But we do sort of have some of these weird textures in the back. So again, it's tempting to think of this as a hybrid. Here's another weird one. Remember we saw Kathy? Well, this time we have, I don't remember the name of this character here.
Ziggy, dude, Ziggy.
Obscure,
Oh, Ziggy.
Cartoon or newspaper, I believe, newspaper cartoon from the 80s, if I'm not mistaken. And there, another maybe 80s reference over there with that, whatever that is called. And then we have this figure here.
Hey, Full of Rain, how are you doing today?
This background doesn't look so traditionally painted, which again makes me tempted to think this is perhaps a hybrid.
Hope you are well and your day is going
This
good.
is interesting too. So this is more Fantavision, right?
Yep, we are back at it. Still doing our thing. Still trying to make this a reality. With each mark, tap, zip, zap of my pencil. Doing good. I'm well. Feeling the pain of the struggle of trying to stay on task. Okay, not really painful, but like my attention wants to go elsewhere.
Thanks to AI, we're now able to create our own software, so to speak, and we're starting to get to the territory where it's
Getting anxious, angsty,
if
all
this
that.
is AI produced software by Waffles, custom made software, or a corporate software, so to speak. And it feels like a very big deal.
But I don't know if we should feel used to this sensation, feeling, because I've experienced it many a times with art pieces.
This, my friends, is delicious. This is exciting. This is, I would argue, if this isn't, here's, you know, maybe a humbler way of putting it. If this isn't the bleeding edge, what is?
Yep, this will be pretty much a broken record of me saying this every time. Till this is done.
As a matter of fact, who was asking for this, as well, saying, you know, it would be, you know, it was actually Ed Morola's extra comment, like, Adrian, it would be really cool if this came up. That's why I put it out. Ed was like right here in my brain. I was like, I have to do this. So thank you. How to put your art out on Bitcoin and Beginner's Guide.
So what's going on with you today?
I think you guys should be able to
Working on anything? Whoops.
from what I brought here. I think I gave you the tools. If you're brand new, it might still be a little trickier, but I don't think so.
I could give up. I could. It'd be so easy to just give up.
Lucas out of Buenos Aires, awesome. Escape Garcia's. Thank
You
you.
just gotta keep pushing on. It's like you're like almost at the pinnacle, the peak of Mount Everest, but then you know you have to come back down. So that's the only way you get back to civilization, is if you just continue on, one foot in front of the other. It's a matter of life or death. This isn't really that type of situation, but it's just a matter of putting one foot in front of the other. One mark followed by another mark
Okay, and I explained what all this means
until
and why you need to be paying attention.
it
I went
is
through last night. So
finished.
just kind of another little moral.
Now, I had somebody suggest or ask me if I'm using AI,
You know, there is variation in the mempool. So it's
and I said, no, not at this point.
because I could have spent like $40 US
Only,
for that same
you
result.
know, only because I'm not familiar enough with
As we see waffles
AI to feel comfortable incorporating it into my process. So,
it's at 10 B-Bikes. There's not like
yeah.
1 or 2 last weekend. Not this weekend that just passed,
But I said I wasn't opposed to AI.
that is clogging up the transaction. So it's getting more expensive.
Actually, I'm
You know, I still need to transfer like 2
kind of more interested in
over to Ethereum.
what you can create
Time to put some work on Ethereum, right?
utilizing AI.
Here in the meantime, as the fees are higher, and they could go higher from here, so you may not want to wait. But the way I'm approaching it, because I've been, you know, was playing with 1 to 4 B-bytes for the last 2 months, I'm sort of like, maybe I'll wait and see if this passes, so I'll just make work on the side, and then if the fees go down, then I'll mint 10 at a time. Right?
Finished cutting out the cats I made out of paper.
Because why think, you know, I spent like $1,000 to mint the Ortega Stride.
Weren't you drawing those on something? I thought it was something like a table or something. Or maybe I'm mixing up your project and Wild Wolf's painting on a table project. I can't remember. I know she was doing some covering her table with her art. You've been using AI since early 2000? Wow, okay.
So thanks for the comment, Steve. I wouldn't feel appropriate. I don't think it's for me to say the do's and don'ts, and I think a lot of
I didn't realize that
subjective, but what I would say is
AI, not, I'm assuming not the form that it is in now, but some form.
always helps, because then people get to know who you are, and they'll just naturally kind of feel sympathetic and like you. And if you're buying their artworks, you don't need to spend a fortune. But if you say sell some works,
I wasn't aware that AI was
you bought their works, they might want to buy your
goes back that far, but
and then you start to just, you know, and
doesn't mean that it didn't. I just wasn't aware of it.
don't go crazy. Follow people who you like, and don't worry, it'll get huge. And just start to participate is really the kind of long and the short of it. As far as the unwritten rules, and there are probably people who are more qualified than me, in a sense.
Okay, we got our spaghetti. This is our pasta.
That's how I am. And Marola, I want to know everything about BTC. So this is what stimulated diabetes. Thank you, Ed.
Hold on 1 second. My wife is calling me. Hey Chista, how are you doing today? I'm doing well. Sorry, I had to go sign for some mail that was coming. Hope you're doing good. I am well. You were drawing on your table to see if the others wanted to buy one. What others are you talking about? People that were watching? Yeah, I hope things are going well with you where you're at, Chista. Okay. Yeah, things are going a lot better. That's good. Oh, okay. Well, that's cool. So they wanted to buy one of your cats, not the table. So, Chista, what are you up to today? I'm assuming it's evening time where you're at. Late evening? Ah, you're doing a customized table with the cats on it. It's actually midnight. Okay. It's midnight o'clock. Is that what they call the witching hour? Midnight? Or is that after midnight? It's pretty cold there. Yeah, we've gotten some respite from the cold that was here, and it's pretty warm. Sub-zero? Yeah, that's what we had last week, sub-zero. Man, it was super cold. I hope you are able to stay warm and safe. Schools are online tomorrow. It's that cold, huh? Wow. Well, at least you won't miss school. Never really done any online schooling, so I'm not sure the quality of education you get via online. 'Cause I remember when I was in school, and I'm talking about high school, ages, 14 to 18. Sometimes it would be hard to learn because people would be very disruptful in class. You're just happy it's online, not gonna lie. Okay. Yeah, you get to stay in. You have social studies? Man, I haven't had to deal with social studies since high school. That was many, 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 many years ago. because when it's online, the time is well less. Oh, okay. The classes aren't as long, or the lessons. They just tell you what to do. Do you get any instruction? I'm assuming they have to do it. Give you some kind of instruction. I mean, it is a lesson after all. Alright guys, I'll be right back. I was also heating up some food, so I think it might be heated up. out here. Sorry, guys. I'll be right back. But Zato can keep you company since he's being a right a-hole. Okay, guys, sorry. Yep, this is Zato. And this is Z. Zato. So I'm gonna have to leave in about 7 minutes to go run an errand, pick up some medication for my wife, but then I'll be back to continue working on this. I will probably end the stream though, so I don't want to leave it running. I don't know how long I'll be. Probably not that long. You gotta go to sleep too. Yeah, if it's midnight, you gotta get up for school. Want to make sure you're rested. But it's good to see you in chat again, Chista. Yep, make tomorrow a good day. And I hope it is a good day for you tomorrow, and it continues that way. Oh, I appreciate it. Appreciate you coming through. And good to see that you're doing well. You have a good night now. Yeah, I'll be signing off here in about a minute. Thank you. I will. Sorry, I got a mouthful of food. Well, Zato, where's the pencil? I'm going to put the pencil in the holder so it charges. And then we are going to make our run. All right, Full of Rain, you have a good day too. Sorry the stream wasn't all that long. But there's Snatro. But I hope you both have a good day, and catch you again soon. And until next time, bye for now. Bye, guys.